Hello, and welcome. It's Final Fantasy XIV. Yep, Mystery is still over here. That's her name now. And also, Sucro's birthday is next month, I believe. So not quite almost Sucro's birthday, but sort of close. Sort of close. But hello. Who's ready to be sad? Today is various quest lines about being sad, I think. Beginning with Tales from the Dragonsong War, which was technically available after 3.3, I believe, or at least was added in 3.3. And then the second half of 3.5, which is also sad. Probably. So, hooray, I guess. I was waiting for the song to loop for no reason. Hello. Oop. Oop. There I am. And here's Ishgard music. Hooray. I didn't test if everything works. Everything works. It's good that I can test basically everything with one button. So, minion roulette. Very well, but we have to be outside of the house for a second to do that. I don't think minion roulette can roll whatever you already have summoned, so RIP to the unlucky rabbit, I guess. It's time for a koala. Hello, the koala. That's also fair. Those pop-ups did break once, and I don't know why. I literally have no idea. Anyway, this quest begins over here. The paths we walk. 'Twas bitterly cold when you first came to our city, when I stood waiting for you before the Ark of the Worthy. To think that was where it all began, how much has changed since that day. Forgive me, of late I've been studying the works of a Belladian poet king who wrote, "To ye who ask of things to come, give thought to what is past and gone." So rarely have we the luxury to reflect on the choices we have made, on how they've shaped our lives and the lives of others. Even I, a mere steward whose deeds would not merit a footnote in the annals of history, can see the value of this. In this. I say this to you, Mistress Funk, because as you move, so too does the world. Pray spare a moment to contemplate your journey while you can. The road stretched on, obscured by an endless veil of snow. Somewhere in the white beyond stood the great iron gates, and on the other side a humble manservant, who awaited the coming of 3 travelers. So this is just sort of like a think about Heavensward quest line, I guess. I've never done this before, I'm pretty sure. Alright. Someone who looked identical to Emmerich but had a spear was there for a fraction of a second. That's not canon. Oh. It seems like the koala attempts to climb your shoulder as fast as possible once appearing, which I guess is a good thing. The koala stares blankly into the future. into the distance. A warm welcome to you, Mistress Funk. To what do I owe the pleasure? I'm thinking about what happened, I guess. Retracing your steps from the first days in Ishgard. I see. Well, no one could begrudge you for indulging in a little nostalgia. I'm reminded of how much I owe to you and yours. Lest you forget, foreign merchants were subject to a frankly unreasonable level of scrutiny until relatively recently. Not so now, however. Now, goods from every corner of Eorzea flow into our markets. And that, my friend, is change we can all appreciate. Merchants of all nations speak a common tongue, and its words are coin. Needless to say, there's little profit to be had in prejudice, especially against those who've received the patronage of a count. Thus, when the wards of House Fortam arrived, she was glad to make their acquaintance. I don't know who the narrator of this part is, but... it is a mystery. That's possible. Edmund? I remember thinking of him as Waluigi the first time I got here in the game, but Edmund du Fortam. What'll it be then? Ale? Mulled wine? No, don't tell me. Tea? Actually, it's time for nostalgia. Oh, so it's to be memories then, is it? Now there's a bitter drought that'll leave you wanting, assuming you can remember your own name, that is. Take your friend Tataru. One moment she's just another girl waiting on customers, clearing tables and so forth. Then the next she's got a dozen admirers asking after her every bloody night, and I'll be damned if I can remember how it happened. Ha ha ha. Tataru what? Singing those stupid songs, dancing those daft dances, though to be honest, I think it was her stories that really won him over. Stories of a certain hero's grand adventures across Eorzea, told with a flair that put a minstrel to shame. Who doesn't love a good hero's tale, am I right? Hells, we've even got one about the man who built this tavern. As one of the founding fathers of Ishgard, or so it goes. Now, as the Enchiridion told it, besides Haldreth, the only knights who survived the battle with Nidhogg were the founders of the High Houses. Of course, these days, we all know better than to put too much stock in the words of the church, eh? Nod. But there's more to our tale than just words. There's a sword, too. One which has been passed down from proprietor to proprietor since before anyone can remember. She's a rusty old bugger, but if you look closely at her handle, you can just about make out an inscription. Brothers brave and true, live well, forgotten and content. A man who forsook wealth and fame and chose the life of a humble tavern keeper. I remember that vision. It's just a tale, of course, albeit a good one. As for the truth, who can say, friend? Who can say? I can because I saw the past. He knew everyone's story, though he'd never share his own. An optimist, he wanted to believe in the best in people. Sometimes that faith would be rewarded, other times betrayed. But he would listen regardless, and he would hope. It's time to tell it. It's time to ride a motorcycle. Mistress Funk, I was but this moment thinking of you. I'd hoped to speak with you at Sir Emmerich's investiture, but circumstances conspired to prevent me from attending. Mayhap you'll allow me to say now what I could not say then. On behalf of House Helenart and all of Ishgard, Helenart, I think it was, I offer unto you my deepest and most humble thanks. You risked your life to stand against our sworn enemy and freed us from a millennium of torment. Though we can never hope to repay you, we will ever remember you and your deeds, that our children and their children's children might know the woman to whom they owe their lives. Bow. Shake head. I concede that the grand investiture would have been a more fitting occasion for such words, but I could not risk them being left unspoken. What brings you this way? As you can see, Camp Cloudtop remains much the same as it did during the war. Though we no longer watch the skies for Dravanian outflyers, the Vanu Vanu have proven themselves similarly worthy of our attention. Oh hey, it's you. I say, old girl, you have the most uncanny ability to appear whenever I least expect you. Same with you. But enough about that. Anawa? Yes, my lord. Lady Laniette, Laniette, I don't know how to say that still. I'm pleased to report that we succeeded in infiltrating Vundu territory and there observed the beast been harvesting crystals at several different sites. Based on the volume of crystals acquired during our period of surveillance, I have prepared an estimate of how much time I believe it will take the Vundu to gather sufficient crystals for another summoning. I've also taken the liberty of drafting several proposals outlining how the Rose Knights might prevent such an eventuality, such as raiding these sites and securing their stores, as well as a detailed assessment of the risks involved should you choose to proceed. Ahem. Nod. By the Fury, I gathered you were clever, but I was not aware you were capable of this. With respect, you are wasted on your master. Hard-working, full of potential. Aye, I think there's a place for you here with the Rose Knights if you'd have it. That you would even consider taking me into your service is a tremendous honor, my lady, and were I free to do so, I should gladly accept, but I'm pledged to another, as you well know. Regrettable, but understandable. I take comfort in the fact that a youth of your talent and character will never want for opportunities. Pledged to another, you rascal. I thought I saw you whispering in young Solette's ear the other day. You certainly wasted no time wooing our newest maid. There'll be no secrets between us. You must tell me everything. Where you've been sneaking off to together, what adventures you've been having, every little detail, and don't you dare leave anything out. Everyone shrugs. I'm sure he will not. In any event, you've jointly exceeded my expectations. I grant you leave to return to the city. Should the need arise, I shall call upon you again. Thank you, my lady. I believe we shall do as you suggest. Until we meet again, Mistress Funk. Thumbs up and bow. Not so fast. The next airship isn't due for another hour, and we have so much to talk about. Anawa! Anawa! Well. Shrug. For all of the lady's disdain, it was an old familiar dance. To her, Lord Amanalaine would always be the boy fumbling for a compliment, and perhaps there was comfort in that, a memory of home on the bleak frontier. Someone is playing triple triad with this lady. I wish I knew how to say names. Laniette is, I think, how I ended up just saying it before. I think it's funny that every time we talk to Redwald, I think it's funny because it feels like this is just some guy that we just keep bothering for some reason. Just arbitrarily. 1,000 pardons, Mistress Funk. Had I known you were planning to pay us a visit, I would have seen that you received a proper reception. A feast, perhaps, or at least a formal welcome with the men in full dress. Shake head. No thanks. You've more than earned it. One need only look to the pilgrims who come in their droves to pray before their relief to see the truth of that. Some abide in silence while others shed tears, not for sorrow, you understand, but for joy. Joy at being released from Nidhogg's torment. Ah, Sir Redwald, the shipment has been unloaded, and the quartermaster confirms that all supplies are accounted for. Mistress Funk, are you here on official business? Nah, I'm just sort of running around, doing stuff. A journey to remember and reflect. Aye, much has changed since first we came here together, since I abandoned you to follow the heretic's trail alone. Come, my lord, mayhap you recall the survivor whom you carried back to Falcon's Nest that day? Well, his wife but recently gave birth to their first child. Is that so? Well, mayhap I should pay him a visit. Hello, welcome. Though I would doubtless be honored, my lord, you need not put yourself to such trouble. Your responsibilities as Count surely leave little enough time as it is. Think not on that. I'm still me and you are still you. Whatever our respective titles, I would speak to you as a friend. Hello, and welcome. This preoccupation with position and power has sown no end of discord between our two houses, to the great detriment of our nation. It is especially galling when one considers that much of what we have achieved was by virtue of our blood and not our character. So call me Count if you must, but know that I take no pride in it. Mayhap one day when I've earned it I will, but not today. Artoirel is a pretty decent individual. And Manalaine is getting better. Still himself, is he? Nod. An honorable man, mindful of tradition, he was loath to accept the assistance of a foreigner in exile. But when forced to confront bitter truths, he looked within and found himself wanting. Pride be damned, then, if it led one astray. He would set aside his prejudices and join hands with this gifted outcast for the greater good of Ishgard. Yeah. Except Amanalaine. Well, Amanalaine's working on it. Visit the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory Doctrine. I don't even know if Amanalaine is doing his best. He's doing something. Amanalaine is, end statement. Oh, I guess I never really thought about it, but, the, emblems of the 4 high houses are over here. I think the bell is Zemail. I think the rose is Halinar. Maybe. This is for Tom. And then that would be the 4th one. By process of elimination. The name I don't remember. You know. I forgot the name of the 4th one. Intense thinking. 2 foreign heretics against 2 knights of the Heavensward. Under the watchful gaze of the Fury they would fight, and the winner's claims would be proven true. It was the opening gambit of a greater game whose stakes would remain unknown for some time. Nod. Sukro just walked over here to be like, yeah, I kicked those dudes' asses. Nod. I did a trial by combat and won, which means I'm right. That's how it works. Thanks, Helone, I guess. I mean, I was correct, to be fair, but also... You are Mistress Funk, if I'm not mistaken. We have met, though I'm sure you do not remember. It was a seeming lifetime ago when you answered the Archbishop's summons. I often come here to reflect upon all that's come to pass, and when I saw you gazing at the Holy Vault, I thought perhaps you had too. You turned our world upside down, everything we held dear, for change, for the truth. They say it had to be done, that his grace sought godhood. If so, then perhaps it was the Fury's will that you prevail. But to say it, to believe it? I know that no man is without sin, but he was pious and humble, wholly devoted to the church and to his people. I knew him, miss, and he was a good man. Whatever else he may have been, I will remember him as a good man. To walk the righteous path, to live for the sake of others, to rise to the highest station, yet remain powerless to bring an end to your people's suffering. What price salvation, then? What sacrifice beyond reason? For uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. Even if it's not major spoilers, I think probably refrain from posting anything that far ahead for now. I'd like to hear as little as possible about stuff I haven't seen or gotten to, I would say. Oh, I have to go talk to Merlvib. We must briefly stop by Limsa. Though we are headed in the direction, we're moving in the direction of Limsa, where none of the shenanigans happen. So I guess that's good. Sucro, this is most unexpected. Do you have any business with the Admiral? I just want to say hello. A journey of remembrance, you say? Well, far be it from me to deny you. Unannounced or not, I suspect the Admiral would be most displeased if she heard I'd turned you away. Hello, Admiral. I'm here arbitrarily. Thank the Navigator. I'd resigned myself to another day spent listening to my advisors prattle on about the Beastman's latest movements. Come, Sucro, tell me of your adventures. Nod. I'm a cat, and I did a lot of stuff. The Ishgardians sail in uncharted waters, though I hope these new reforms of theirs meet with no resistance. 'Twould not be the first grand voyage to run afoul of reefs ere it properly began. Did you miss how I talk in nautical metaphor, Sucro? But with Sir Emmerich at the helm, they may yet chart a course for generations to follow. Because Ishgard is like a boat. Do you get it? Which is not to say your own doesn't need correcting. The Alliance has grown complacent. The bloody nose you gave us at the melee showed me that. Nor have I forgotten the lessons of the banquet. Rest assured, we will root out any further turncoats before the dagger is at our back. You have my word on that, and Lady Yugiri's besides. I think you mean Navigator, bless you, Merlvib. She'd never been one to retreat, much less in the face of transparent theatrics. But this had been no ordinary battlefield, its rules of engagement anything but clear. So she would watch and she would learn, and in time she would act. Remember that one time I just shot people when they were doing evil? I would love that. That sounds like a Hildebrand joke. Or it's like that part in Paper Mario in the Ice Palace where there's a bunch of like people imitating your party members. Apparently there's someone up here. Oh yeah, you. Mr. Sucro, is aught amiss? I'm here for some reason. I'm both flattered and surprised that you should remember my small role in this tale given the grandeur of your subsequent endeavors. Though I must confess to having derived some selfish pleasure from donning the garments of the shinobi once more, I'm honored to have been able to assist in freeing General Raoban from his captivity. Oh right, you did that. And I believe I speak for all of my countrymen when I say that we're most grateful to have been granted the opportunity to contribute to the restoration of the Scions. Much has changed, it's true, and much may never be as it once was. But in watching you and yours rise from the ashes and rebuild, I'm reminded that we must never give in to despair, for there's always something which may yet be saved. The oaths we swear. Will you be traveling to Ul'dah next? If so, I would ask a favor of you. I've prepared a special unguent to aid in General Raoban's rehabilitation. Injuries such as his must be tended to daily, even long after they've healed. You only need to deliver it to his man, Commander Swift. He will see that the Flame General receives it. The journal entries to this seem significant. Yeah, that's true. That's a good detail to include. Check out my secret shortcut into the Flames HQ. Everyone knows about it. It's not secret at all. Probably. Greetings, Sucro. What is it that you have there? A knife. No, well, I have a gunblade. Containing a variety of ground herbs and natural oils, the recipe for this traditional medicine has been passed down for generations. Unguent? Is that how you say that word? I was not aware that the general required such stuff, and one of our Doman friends made this for him, did she? Very well, I shall be sure to pass it on. Actually, wait here. We've just this moment concluded a meeting, and I expect he'd be glad to speak with you before returning to the palace. Hello. So, Commander Swift tells me you came all this way to deliver unguent. I'm also reminiscing about everything that happened. Daily, she says. Ah, well, mayhap it's best to be prudent. The gods alone know why you agreed to deliver it for her, though. Unless you mean to favor me with that rematch I requested. Ha 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 ha. I mean, why not? I jest, lass. You're on a journey of reflection, are you not? I, Merlvib, said as much. And now you want to relive the moment you pulled me from the pit Ilbert left me in to rot. It shames me to think of it, that I was so blind to his hatred. Lolorito tells me it was not always so. That Ilbert admitted to him he once believed I would return to Alamigo with the head of an army. Hey, it's never too late to do that. Shortly. Maybe. But years passed and I did nothing. For all my accomplishments, for all my wealth, power, and influence, I did naught to better the plight of my people. Not for lack of trying, but Ilbert didn't know. He thought the bull of Alamigo had grown fat and complacent, that my story set a bad example for our countrymen. Forget your homeland and chase the Ul'dan dream, a fine, impossible dream which gave men the strength to endure their hardships and try to make new lives for themselves here. So the dream had to die. He would kill me, stir up the disillusioned, arm them at the monetarist's expense, and then... Forgive me, the Scions paid the price of my failings. The gods know I've no shortage of debts to repay, of vows to keep and duties to discharge. But mark me well, lass, there will be a reckoning. Mayhap not today, mayhap not tomorrow, but a reckoning there will be. Nod. Moving on can be difficult. Like, exceptionally so. A refugee of a fallen nation, he had risen from the depths of poverty to claim a seat on the Syndicate. Yet for all his great deeds, one was left undone. And like sands through an hourglass, the years slipped away, taking with them an old friend's hope. Time to go over here. Time to reminisce about when I found heretics in the mills, I guess. As one does. Ah, Durandare, that's the other house. By the Fury, is that you, Mistress Funk? Forgive me, but what reason could you possibly have for returning to this god's-forsaken place? I'm remembering stuff. Mayhap it's fate which brings you here on this day of introspection and reflection. Such introspection is my intention. We are come to Gorgain Mills to accept the surrender of a half-dozen heretics who once fought for the Lady Iceheart. If you are intending to visit the cellars, I'd ask that you do nothing to unsettle them. I'm gonna do something to unsettle them right now. Probably intentionally or otherwise. Here's the cool altar. Cool orb. Hey, what's up, everyone? Wait, I know you. You were at the amphitheater with the Dragon Slayer. Hi. Wait. Oh yeah, that's the mural. That's... yeah. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I suppose we owe you an apology. When you came to us seeking to parley, we were sure it was a scheme to lure out Our Lady. We were sure about a lot of things. When she first shared her revelation, when she told us she was not Saint Shiva reborn, we assumed it was a test. For had we not prayed for salvation? Had she not descended to deliver us from evil? She replied that our prayers were but fuel for a fever dream. A construct born of desperation and denial. She was no savior, she said. But when we marched upon Ishgard regardless, she pulled us from the brink of oblivion and implored us to find another way. And here we are, ready to lay down our arms at last. It's time. Nod. She considered you a friend. Had things been different, mayhap we could have been friends too. Farewell. Forsaken by gods and men, they found salvation in a revelation. They would take up arms against their own kind to set ancient wrongs to right, cut out Ishgard's festering heart, and the war would be over. This they knew, believed with all their being, until their savior told them their efforts would be for naught. Anyway, time to repair all my gear. Hooray! Well, if it isn't the great warrior of light herself, she who slew the dread worm Nidhogg, bringing an end to 1,000 years of war and my very livelihood. Well, go on then, strike me down and finish the job. Stab me right in the heart. I'll even lend you my spear if you like. After all, I won't be bloody needing it. Tell me true, for a moment I had you fooled. Ye gods, as if I could hate the woman who rid us of Nidhogg. You did have me fooled for a second. Oh, and lest you worry, that business about me losing my livelihood couldn't have been further from the truth. In point of fact, peace is proving surprisingly lucrative. As our nation's ties with Hraesvelgur's brood have grown stronger and our interest in Dravania have begun to expand, we've seen a marked increase in the number of travelers on the road. Needless to say, said travelers require protection, which we're only too happy to provide. Granted, such work will not earn you a lordship like slaying a dragon might, but it pays well and it's less prone to end in incineration, which seems a reasonable enough compromise, all things considered. As long as there are wars to fight, there will be those who take up arms not out of hatred or even a sense of duty, but for want of better employment. When presented with an alternative, such individuals may gladly trade their swords for scythes, or, failing that, pledge them to a more worthy cause. Yeah, being incinerated, typically not a great experience. Okay. Time to talk to more people. This stream is going to be entirely talking to people, I think. But that's fine. That's a good portion of the game. And by that I mean it's a lot of the game, and also that it's a good part of the game. Something the matter, lass? Nath giving you trouble? Nope, I'm just remembering stuff. Journey of remembrance, eh? Gods, it feels like only yesterday that Iselle turned up in tail feather with you in tow. Back into our lives and gone all too soon. Did I ever tell you how we found her 5 years back? In a torpor out there in the forest all by her lonesome? Aye, well, we weren't about to leave her there, so we carried her back here and tended to her till she woke up. Didn't say a word for days, Iselle. Just sat there and stared up at the sky as if the ground held nothing for her. And it didn't, we learned, when she finally spoke. Now, you might think she's not one to smile, but if you'd seen her in those years that followed... Then one day, all of a sudden, she says she's got a truth that must be shared. Up and leaves for the gods know where. And that was the last we heard of her for a time. Redemption's not beyond us, friends. Come and hear the truth. Come and hear the Lady Iceheart speak. And they did, from far and wide, or so the story went. Some said there was nothing in it, but I knew. I think, Sucro, deep down, most folk want to do right by themselves and by others. When they try, oh, how they try. You do, certainly, and so did she. That's a lot of random side quests, but it's this one. Apologies, you came here to think on your own memories, not listen to mine. I take it the Natha next. Right then, if we're to do this properly, you'll need to gather up your incentives, same as before. In case you've forgotten, that's a basket of fresh Kylum tree fruit, a good-sized jar of landtrap nectar, and a dirty great cartload of young Nanka flesh. Taken aback. Ah, come on, lass, surely you can't be that bloody daft. You're more than welcome in their village already. Safe travels. Everyone's trying to prank Sucro today. Why? Why you gotta prank Sucro? Besides, there's a high chance that at least one of those things is one of the repeatable quests over here anyway. In fact, let's find out. Hello, Behemoth. Behemoth, you're standing on the counter. Actually no, all of these are related to dragons, so never mind. Hunter of dragons and gods, I bid you welcome. What would you ask of me this day? I'm remembering stuff. Once we would have no conception of what you speak. Once we would have had no conception of what you speak. The one mind does not forget, but we do. It can be most distressing. To remember is not enough. One must strain and give words to memory, and inscribe words upon parchment. This is the chronicler's calling. He wrote of how you came to Lost Asvath, and how you left to slay Ravana, and how the young hunter trained with the old hunter while you were away. We shall treasure these memories, the history you have given us, and when new Vath join us, we shall share it with them as well. Bound no longer to the will of many, they are now free to walk their own path. Thus reborn, they'd write the first chapter of a new history, to be passed on to future generations. And as their culture grew older and richer, so too would their story. Heck yeah. Now, Vidofnir. This really does seem like an appropriate questline to do right before Stormblood. It was all added in 3.3, so I could have done this a little bit earlier, I think. But this works. Hello, Vidofnir. I'll have to step away for a moment soon. Friend of Iselle, warrior of warriors, thou art ever welcome in Onyx Shrine. What bringeth thee to us this night? I'm remembering stuff. There's much wisdom to be gained from looking to the past, to walk half-remembered paths and mark anew their twists and turns. We too do this, though not through pilgrimage, nor less the written word beloved of thy historians. In song do we preserve the deeds of our lost and chronicled the passing of the ages. Naught hath greater power to stir our hearts. 'Twas a dirge of profoundest sadness that roused Nidhogg's brood to action, a dirge which soundeth no more. Which soundeth? Now a new song riseth to fill the void, one of hope rekindled, of war's end and peace's rebirth. I shall sing of thee in Izel ever after, that all may know and remember. In the chorus the fallen could rise once more, for none are dead whose names yet echo in the heavens, and the song would not end until the last voice fell silent. Heroes and villains, sinners and saints, all would live again. This game has some good writing in it on occasion. Did you know that? Anyway, there is now in the world food that I need to eat in order to stay in a state where I don't need to eat food. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But that means Sucro's gonna have a sit on this rock. And we're going to have an extended BRB, I suppose. I have returned to computer. I still must eat the food. However, I'm able to respond to questions or comments or what have you. So, I don't know. Hello. It'll be a little while before the actual streaming continues, though. With respect, I disagree with your statement of yay for food, as I wish that food were not necessary, but alas, it seems to be. Well, that's fair, I suppose. At least we have the rotating Sucro facts to be interesting while I am away. If anyone ever has any questions about Sucro, as one of the facts occasionally says, you may ask them, and perhaps an answer will appear at some point. Who can say? I have some friends who are generally willing to help if they're around, but I don't have like a full group of people set aside to definitely be there always. I am willing to use the duty finder should I need to. I will tank for random people. We will witness the comedy of random people in MMO, potentially. Comedy in quotes, because who knows what horrors await on the internet. We can only find out by experiencing it for ourselves. All in seriousness, generally the duty finder is pretty fine in this game. It's acceptable. And by acceptable, I mean most people in the community seem to be pretty good, but occasionally there's some jerks. Sometimes a jerk, usually not. All that said, I don't think I expect to get to a Stormblood dungeon or trial today, for the record. I don't have any problem with people who, like, struggle with the game, for the record. In Duty Finder, I'm referring entirely to anyone who's rude or mean. But, if someone's struggling with the game, I just want to help them, and help them get through the dungeon. That's, I guess, what tanks are for, too, so, hey, that works out. Glad I ended up tanking, I guess. In fact, usually when I've seen people who are rude in the Dungeon Finder, or the Duty Finder, it was people who were complaining about other people who they perceived to be not good at the game or not competent or not adequate or whatever. I mean, I've had a few recent experiences where we've struggled a bit or we had to abandon, but like no one was upset about it particularly, so I think that was mostly fine anyway. Also, to be fair, the one we had to abandon was the Chrysalis, because nobody knew to hit the Ethereal Terror. Dang old Nabrialas or whatever. Weird fight. As I recall, after we wiped once or twice, one of the people literally said, like, this is a whack trial, and that was kind of funny. World of Darkness is a rough one. I never quite remember how to do everything in there. And sometimes it seems like stuff falls over for no particularly discernible reason. I've just now noticed while I'm sitting here that my next quest objective is to visit Moglin at Mogholm. And I had a little moment of, oh no, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Actually, I think I had a World of Darkness run just yesterday where the main tank on my squad, or my alliance, was like, alright, Runny Nose versus dungeon, let's go. And then died, and like the rest of the party fell over, and he was like, I think my nose is winning. So, shoutouts to that person. I do mean genuine shoutouts. I'm not like making fun of that person. It was an amusing moment. I think finding humor in defeat is a key to victory. At least in the context of an MMORPG. There was also a Praetorium run like yesterday or last night or whenever I did that, where the rest of the party was pretty talkative. I didn't say a lot, but they were like, gee, I hope we can get through this before my boss gets here. It's fine, he's usually late. Someone was like, but the Gaia speech is 4 minutes by itself, and they made a frowny face. I think it worked out in the end, but still. Oh, interesting. Ah, that makes sense. The heart of Sabik, etc. That probably sounded a little bit weird. Needed to cough a bit. Anyway, step 2 of this break is I'm gonna BRB again. Hello, okay, I am back for real now. Hopefully the extended break was not too arduous or dull or whatever. There are not really any funny tasks I can occupy you all with during such a break, but you can look at the rotating text on the screen. I know that distracts me for a while sometimes. But hey, we're back at the video game. Hello. Hello everyone, and welcome. Also on the subject of Duty Finder, because we were talking about it a bit during the break. Oh yes, also Koala Friend. Koala Friend is here. On the subject of Duty Finder, I had a bit of a prank idea for a funny stream segment, if you will. Because I am vaguely aware that Twitch is capable of such things as predictions or betting with channel points. And I thought it would potentially be funny to have a leveling roulette segment where you predict whether or not I land on Arum Vale specifically. It happens more often than you'd think. Arum Vale is a little bit like the stories of how hellacious Arum Vale is are slightly exaggerated, but still, it's funny. And I don't exactly like being there. Okay. Also, that's true. I should have faster 2 times due to tanking, so at least there's that. I'll have to start doing the Moogle quests at some point. I managed to do a wall pull. I seem to do really well in Arum Vale with Gunbreaker generally. I still like the story that I think I told, like, previous Final Fantasy stream, where I pulled so much. I did wall-to-wall pulls perfectly and nobody died, and the healer said, "You're a psycho, I love you," and gave me a commendation at the end. That was very funny to me. At least I assume they commended me. I got 2 commendations and they said that and bowed, so. Hello, Mogwin. One might infer, indeed. Well, yank my palm and call me a molebat. Certainly wasn't expecting to see you today. Still calling yourself Sucro? Not that there's anything wrong with that, Kupo. Anyway, what are you doing here? I'm thinking about stuff. I'm remembering things. Thank heavens for that. I was sure you were going to ask for help with yet another one of your, exciting quests, but by all means, we'd love to pass the time reminiscing about the good old days. And when better than now, Kupo? What with your friends visiting and all? Wait here and I'll fetch them. Oh wow. Hey Kane-senna. Full glad am I to see you again, Sucro, and in Moghome of all places. Kupo, it really is you, just when we were about to leave. Nod. I think it wonderful, this pilgrimage of yours, a final reflection upon the past that you might face the future with eyes unclouded and a heart at peace. Few would deny that the events of recent days warrant such contemplation. When last we stood in this place, I dare say none among our number would have believed what was to follow, young Estinian least of all. Upon learning what befell him at Azizla, I confess I thought him lost. But when Master Alphino told me of your great struggle and of his salvation, I was reminded of your talent for the impossible. If you ask me, he seemed altogether too stubborn to die, though I suppose it's no small feat to evict a spite-filled worm once it's made its home in one's head. With Nidhogg's passing, the children of Ishgard and Dravania may at last look to the future. It's my hope, however, that they will not forget the deeds of history, nor the many thousands of lives lost in their conflict. For only through remembrance will they avoid the mistakes of the past. Paying respects, I guess. We thank you for your hospitality, Chieftain Mogdlin, and pray that you will one day allow us to extend you the same courtesy. I wish you well on your journey, Sucro. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Until we meet again, Kupo. Even in the farthest reaches of distant, dangerous lands, one may chance upon a friendly face. Though given to mischief and largely unconcerned by the troubles of the outside world, they came to understand Ishgard's plight and agreed to lend their aid. Eventually, that is. Hey, it's difficult to speak after food has been eaten, and I think that's dumb. I think that needs to be revised in the next update. I think food should be removed from requirement of life living. Anyway. Make camp in the ruins southeast of Zenith. I remember that scene. It'd be really funny if Istinian just landed as if from an extremely high jump for this scene. My glasses were removed. The crackling warmth of Alphino's campfire, the savory waft of Azel's bubbling stew, the soft snoring of Moghan asleep on the grass. A cold wind blew that night as well, and on the morrow they mounted the steps and blew the horn. But having climbed to the summit with hope in their hearts, they descended dejected, weighed down by truths too grim to contemplate. Am I gonna, like, summon Hraesvelgr just for this reminiscing journey? Like, no, I'm going to the Royal Promenade. I think it would have been really funny to harass Hraesvelgr specifically just for this. Like, hey, remember last time I played the funny horn? Haha. Okay, bye. Pranked. I don't think Hraesvelgr would appreciate that. I almost just jumped to the lower level by mistake. Who's over here, if anyone? You there, over here, quickly! What? Hello, secret Nanamo. I should have known you would see through my disguise, but enough talk. We cannot linger here lest the guards recognize their Sultana. Secret Nanamo. She's undercover. As you may have deduced, I was taking the air outside the palace when I saw you standing there staring off into space. Have you something on your mind? I'm thinking about a lot of stuff, actually. I understand completely. So much has happened, so much has changed, and all in so short a space of time. Even now, I struggle to make sense of it all. But one thing at least is abundantly clear. I owe you an immense debt of gratitude for all you've done on my behalf and on behalf of those whom I hold dear. Nod. After I awoke, Papa Shan told me everything. It was a lot to take in, but nothing could prepare me for what Lord Lolorito had to say. That ruthless, manipulative swine came before me and expressed regret for what had come to pass, and thinking to make amends, offered all of Teleji Adeleji's assets, as well as half of his personal fortune, half of his own personal fortune, to the crown. And I accepted. Distracted by Teleji Adeleji and the word half in the same text box. Laughing quietly to myself. Long did I debate how best to use this wealth. There's no end to the troubles facing our nation, and no shortage of worthwhile causes. Yet none among our people have suffered more than the refugees, and it's they who shall be first to receive aid and succor. Oh, was there an Amogus there? Oh yeah, there was. I didn't even process that. There's also the matter of the terrible wrongs committed against you and yours, among them, for which I am in large part responsible. Nay, do not protest, it's the truth. Accordingly, I've set aside monies to aid in the Scion's rebuilding, if you would have them. I'm not finances of Scions. You shouldn't ask me about that. But maybe not, because the Scions are supposed to be an impartial party also, and not, like, beholden to any specific city-state. I see. I trust you know that I would never presume to atone for my mistakes with money. I only wish to see it put to good use. Assuming you have no objections, I shall pledge the funds to the continued development of Revenant's Toll. Oh, listen to me. So much for enjoying a moment's respite outside the palace walls. It rather seems as if I brought my responsibilities with me. I suppose I should return. Nod. Lady Lynira, you must come home at once. Father is worried sick, you know. Confound it, you lot search this area. I know she came through here. On the other hand, it's essential that a ruler see firsthand how her subjects go about their daily lives, and I've not visited the markets in weeks. It would seem a shame to let this opportunity go to waste. Sucro, might I impose on you to have a brief yet cordial conversation with those Sultansworn? I will leave the choice of subject matter up to you. Take care. Shrug. Yeah, you gotta talk to Tataru about the finances, for sure. I don't know if Tataru has officially taken on the role of finance master yet. Hello, Sultansworn Elite. Would you like to have a conversation? I beg your pardon, miss, but did you perchance see a young Lalafellan noblewoman pass this way? Shake head. Are you certain? Oh dear, Master Papa Shan said this might happen, but I never truly believed he was serious. Side note, because this is actually relevant, another, I guess, segment I was thinking of doing at some point. There are a number, this questline is called Tales from the Dragonsong War. But that is also a name of a set of side stories, one of many sets of side stories that exist because they've written like little short stories for a bunch of points in this game. And I was kind of wondering if I should ever read any of those aloud. So there could be like a little Sucro storytime segment or something. Maybe that'd be fun. There's at least one that I eventually will have to read, And by have to, I mean want to extremely. Whether or not any others are read, I don't know. Or will be read. Oh, and I don't consider it spoilers that Tataru eventually becomes extremely powerful with finances. She might be already, I'm just not sure if that's really been highlighted yet. Wait, I know you. You're Sucro Funk. What a stroke of luck. I can think of none better qualified to help us. You see, it's no mere noblewoman that we seek. Ah, but Master Papashan was most explicit about the need for secrecy. Pray forget I mentioned it. We will find the lady on our own. Yeah, that's true. What cruel fate to lose her father as a child and be compelled to rule in his stead. And how the years had tempered her dreams and taught her, sometimes brutally, the price of naivete. Though outwardly unscathed by her ordeal, it was a wiser and more wary Nanamo who reclaimed the throne. Yeah, Tataru has definitely done stuff like organizing trade deals by this point. But she's also just sort of been, I don't know, maximum charisma, making connections of all sorts. And not merely just financial trading ones, but informational ones. So yeah, Tataru's doing something. Tataru is doing Tataru things. There you are, Sucro. Higiri told me of your pilgrimage. I knew it was only a matter of time before you sought me out. I too have been reflecting on the choices which shaped my path. When I took the road with my grandfather, when I joined the Crystal Braves, when I tried and failed to warn you before the banquet. I had my suspicions about Wilrid's death, that it was the work of a Garlean spy within our ranks. But I could not be sure who was involved, hence my desire to speak with you in private. I thought long and hard about how to approach you without arousing suspicion, mayhap too long. Eventually, I decided to arrange a meeting through Mistress Momodi. Little did I know that bastard Laurentius had seen me do it. Shortly thereafter, the fourth received urgent summons. Needless to say, I had no choice but to answer, and soon found myself at the mercy of Captain Ilbert's band of traitors. They confined me to the Rising Stones along with others still loyal to the Scions. Riol, FMA, Ergmus. Quite what they planned to do with us, I couldn't say. Mayhap they thought we would turn given time, the fools. Lieutenant Yuyohase bid the third keep us under constant guard, but when Captain Ilbert moved to carry out General Rauban's execution, they were forced to withdraw all but a token force, which we took by surprise one night, and then it was over. One might argue that it turned out better than it had any right to, all things considered. Still, there are nights when I lie awake wondering if I'd done things differently. If I'd been more careful or more decisive, what then? But there's naught to be gained from thinking thus. We must count our blessings, must we not? We are still here, and most of what was broken can be rebuilt. You will see, Sucro. You will see. Bow. For the freedom of all, it had begun with an oath and ended with a betrayal, as the conspirators turned on their comrades for coin and country. The good and true were beaten and imprisoned or else butchered where they stood, but even in their darkest moments, they never stopped believing that the dawn's light would shine again. Anyway, time to go look at where they make the guns! Probably talk to Sid, realistically speaking. But it is funny to just be immediately told to go to the gun zone. Because of using a gun blade, Sucro using a regular gun is now more plausible than it was last time I commented on it, I think. Which is kind of funny. They do allow you to make the machinist portrait pointing a sniper rifle directly at the camera, by the way. Why, hello there, Sucro. Fancy meeting you here. It's them. I'm remembering stuff. Reminiscing about the glory days, eh? Aye, we spent many a sleepless night hammering away at that corner of ours. How's your mana cutter holding up, by the way? I never use it. I have a motorcycle. I mean, thumbs up. Ah, that's good to hear. Not that I had any doubts. Like, craftsmanship second to none. Quite right. It'll take more than swirling winds and raging dragons to bring her down, and that, my friend, is an Ironworks guarantee. Nod. Speaking of which, on the back of the field test success, we've gone ahead and licensed the design for mass production. Soon the Skysteel manufactory will be churning out mana cutters by the dozen. Which is why we're here today, as a matter of fact, to make sure the machinists don't bugger anything up. Apparently, adventurers have been queuing up to place an order, and even some sky pirates. Ah, just imagining the sea of clouds teeming with our creations fills me with a father's pride. I guess they do explain why the Sky Pirates had mana cutters then. At least slightly. Right then, that's enough patting ourselves on the back. We've got to make sure the cutters are up to snuff or Jesse will never let us hear the end of it. From now till we finish, there'll be no more breaks, distractions, and not one wink of sleep, do you hear me? Gasp. Oh, cart chocobo. Wedge probably said fuck. It's funny, because Wedge said fuck. Well, I'll leave you to it. Till next time, eh? Also, this just seems like a difficult room to hold a conversation in. Just because of all the background noise. Despite the many hardships they'd endured, or perhaps because of them, they greeted every new challenge with a smile. Their workshop, their battlefield, their tools, their weapons, they invariably rose to the occasion, delivering ingenious solutions to seemingly insoluble problems. I said this seems like a difficult place to have a conversation. Yeah, just a little bit. Thank you. Talk to who? Oh, I'm visiting a place. Where is this? I would hope that Eorzea already had earplugs, because, like, I would imagine that, especially for Mikote and Viera, earplugs would be really useful. Especially if you're like a machinist and you're firing a gun right next to your cat ears or your bunny ears, which probably have pretty sensitive hearing. That seems like seems a little bit painful. I'm firing a gun that's a sword. Of course, I just sort of assume that any given problem like that isn't directly addressed is solved with mana or crystals or something in some way. And I don't mean that, like, literally putting ice crystals in my ears, because that would be silly. I mean, unless I do mean that. Oh, this is a location that we were at once. Yeah, ethereal earplugs. That's Nidhogg's house. Oh no. Not bananas either. None of that. Through tempestuous winds they carved a path, breaching the dread worm's sanctum, and there did they put him to the sword. Yet in the wake of hard-fought victory were secrets laid bare in a vision dark and disturbing. The legacy of the fathers bequeathed to their sons and passed down through the generations. Old blood enduring in the new, the mark of original sin. Nod. Visit Hilda in Ishgard. This makes sense. This is a nice little quest line. Just like wandering around, reminiscing, recounting what happened. It's helpful to put all of this in perspective before we continue, I suppose. And there she is at last. Gibralon said you were wandering all over, reminiscing about days gone by. Seems a bit soon if you ask me. It's not like I don't understand, though. Some days I'll be walking through the broom same as normal, and it'll hit me all of a sudden just how much has changed for us. I know it's a bit different from what you've been through. Puts me in mind the first time I saw her and her friends up near the Aetheryte being shown around by that House for Tom man. Oh, you never told me you'd met before. Shrug. It weren't so much a meeting as a heckling, to be honest. When I heard their guide warning them off paying a visit to the broom, it stuck in my craw. And you've got to admit Master Alphino's the spitting image of a snotty little lordling. Well, he was one for a while. A little lordling that went on to fight 2 knights at the Heavensward with Sucro here in a trial by combat. Not to mention helping retake the vault from the True Brothers. Fury have mercy, it feels like a bleeding lifetime ago, don't it? 'Cause it was. What we've got now is nothing like what came before. It's a bleeding rebirth is what it is. Cold comfort to the folk who died getting us here. Still, this peace is ours, and we owe it to ourselves to make the most of it. Meaning we gotta work twice as hard to make the broom a better place. And no more harassing blue bloods, neither. You can harass them a little bit. Aye, aye! A world apart from the opulence of the pillars, they had toiled shrouded in the haze of the broom. Sentenced to a life of hardship by birth, they dreamed of revolution as children dream of fairies. Then one came and went, and they suddenly found themselves with a seat at the table. Sucro is fairy? Metaphor? By the way, you do actually do a little bit to help the broom out in the Firmament side quests. So now over here, there is an established training facility for like airship pilots as the result of a quest line that I cannot repeat on the camera because I did that on my own time. And the room is like being further rebuilt, but I don't actually know how much of that you can see. It's just something I was told was happening. Oh yeah. Also, I've been working on the tribal quests. Some of them, at least. Oh hey. Cameo from Ayato, who was covered up on the screen by the PNG tuber. Whoops. And also by the chat cover that's not there and hasn't been this whole time. I'm going to get thrown into criminal jail. As opposed to the other one. Now you see that I made a 4th tab at some point called communication. I never remember this chat cover. Maybe I should just make a tab that has nothing in it ever, except that I'd lose track of what's going on. So as part of doing the quests for the Vanu, Sucro has a dance now. Sucro can do a fearsome sun drop dance, which looks a little bit sillier with the koala attached to her head. Anyway. Oh, clouds part and let's shine brilliant sun upon Lonu Vanu. Great Netherling warrior returns to Oxundu, and on pilgrimage of remembrance? Well, well. Know that we will always be grateful to you for your victory over the ravenous wight. No longer need we fear for the safety of our smallest islands. But Lonu Vanu is not one to forget Netherling's first coming, when she saves us from certain death at the hands of the Black Ones, distant memory though it is. I suppose you mean the Imperials by that. Yes, her many deeds are the stuff of legends. We shall remember the stories in the hero's name, Sucro Funk, for they are worthy of celebration now and ever after. An earnest, good-natured people, they'd borne witness to the rage of their beloved god's twisted manifestation, and proclaimed it to be false. By the grace of kind travelers were they duly delivered from its wrath, the mad god's death signaling the birth of a new hero. Oh, Yamitra. That makes sense too. Didn't think about that though. There's my automatic umbrella. It remains slightly funny to me how Apkalu Falls is a relatively important location that is not particularly close to an Aetheryte. Instead, there are two that are like equidistant from it. Also, it's the Valentine's event right now. I did that off camera as well. It was not what I expected, and I appreciate the message, even though the message is a little bit ruined slightly by the fact that the rewards are gender locked again. Though I've heard tell that according to data mining, they were trying to work on not having gender locked rewards for this Valentine's event, and they didn't complete that in time. So there's like incomplete opposite gender datas for the various outfit. By various outfit, I mean there's two of them and they're gender locked, and there's data for them not being. That was a very roundabout sentence, but you know. Well met, Sucro. What brings you here this day? I'm remembering stuff. In the rain, this time. Indeed, though it seems an age, it was not all that long ago that we rescued Stola from the lifestream. I said that weird, Stola. How quickly we begin to forget even those memories most precious to us. In my defense, I might add that I've rarely missed an opportunity to make new memories with my sister in the days since her return. Our conversations are largely on the matters of scientific and professional concern, ancient Allegan technologies, primals, Asians, and so forth. She has an insatiable thirst for knowledge, as you know. Yeah, the previous Valentine set is pretty good. Yet while I understand her desire to not burden those around her with her troubles, and to carry on as she did before, I do worry that her willingness to manipulate her own ether to compensate for the loss of her sight may have dire repercussions. Gasp. She never told you then, but of course not. 'Twould rather have defeated the purpose. You should know that the technique she employs places a tremendous strain on her body. She is, of course, well aware of her limits, and more than willing to ignore them should she deem it necessary. I pray you see that she does not. So this is when they outright state what she's doing with her vision, I guess. Regrettably, she's one to ignore my advice when it does not suit her. Yet given your shared experiences, mayhap she'll be more than willing to heed your warnings. Her sister was under no illusions as to the dangers of the life she'd chosen. Should the worst come to worst, your Stola would do what needed to be done, pay any price, make any sacrifice, and that without hesitation. She was a woman of conviction, deserving of respect and admiration, and no small amount of worry. As far as the, I don't know if this was actually just the previous Valentine's set, but I do have this outfit using the one that they recently made gender neutral. A Professor Sucro. Which I think you probably saw, but I still like this outfit. I used this for the Scholastica questline, and will probably use it for future Hildebrand investigations. This is the one? Okay. But this is a very good outfit, I think. I also have various other silly outfits. I have this. She's the coolest. I have this heavily armored one that's pretty good. This jacket looks very warm. It looks like it's made of a weighted blanket. There's this one that looks like that is inspired by Link's Chrono Cross. There's this one that was for the formal dinner last time. There's denim. Because it's funny. There's Toho, there's Spamton. There's a bunch of other stuff. Every time I start showing outfits, I'm like, oh yeah. Some of these I didn't necessarily want to reveal yet, but that's fine. Meanwhile, in the shout chat of the area, people are shouting the word butt and nothing else. One person said booty. One person said posterior. The butts curse is back again, as it sometimes is. There was one time when I first resumed streaming, like a long time ago, when somehow butts kept being relevant to the stream. And so the concept of the butts curse has been in my mind ever since then. Whenever it was that I streamed Kirby's Dream Land 3, I think it was. Anyway, that was years ago by this point. Hey, Slowfix. Why must governing Great Gobby Nation be so difficult? Like herding curls, stupid curls with muchly differing views on glorious nation's future direction. It's okay, calm down. Yes, Slowfix knows he's letting emotions run wild. Uplanders welcome voice of reason. Not like when Uplanders first returned to Idleshire, yes? So much venom in that one's tongue flaps, calling Gobbyflock thieves. But Slowfix saw a way to mutual understanding. Citizenship in society, first step in strengthening communal ties. Gives all vested interest in continued prosperity of egalitarian utopia. Sure. Also, it's possible they could have been learning archery. That's true. For the final objective of this quest, you will receive no guidance from the journal or the duty list. You will need to read the text carefully and decipher the clues to determine your next course of action. Excuse me? Think carefully about what you need to remember to proceed. Yeah, alright. You get an emote called Harshafont. And now Slowfix bids Uplander fulfill civic duty as a citizen of Idleshire with hand-lending of great import. In cave south of settlement lives Old Crone, wielder of powerful magics used to crafty make frogmen that chase away curious gobbies. Uplander has made many busy deals with Old Crone, yes? An Uplander can appeal to Crone's better nature and make her call off frogmen harriers. Gee. Wait, it says speak with Matoya, though. I guess it said for the final objective, not necessarily, like, the next objective. Well, alright. I think it's funny that we're only stopping by Matoya's place, not necessarily to continue our journey of remembrance, but to be like, hey, can you stop making your frogs beat up the goblins? I guess that's what you're doing? Or like the frogs are doing that anyway? I happen to know that Matoya is going to continue to be plot relevant in the future, and I'm excited to see that because I don't think that I got to that point. And she's a pretty fun character in this game. I'm glad that this objective is at least kind enough to be marked on the map because, okay, I guess Matoya's cave is marked on the map. I was going to say that I probably would have had difficulty finding it. But yeah. Also, I still think it's funny that, like, Matoya is all of a sudden having to deal with people just, like, barging into her house repeatedly, when previously, presumably, that was not occurring. Hello, Matoya. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. I'm well aware that you're only here because you want something, but at least you didn't bring your little friends, so out with it. I heard your frogs are beating up goblins or something? Oh, is that what the goblins told you? That my servants were attacking their poor defenseless scouts without the slightest provocation? Huh. Little buggers were trying to eat them. They're lucky I didn't have my pirogos return the favor. When you can tell them from me that if they try it again, I will personally feed them to my servants one limb at a time. I do hope you didn't come all this way just to play errand girl for those dirty little scroungers. I'm also remembering stuff. Aren't you a bit young to be going on grand journeys of reflection? You haven't lived long enough to have so many regrets. The same goes for that boy, complaining that things hadn't unfolded as he dreamed they would. It makes no difference what should have happened to Minfilia. What matters is what did happen. The past is the past, and no amount of wishing you'd done things differently will make it so. You make your choices and do what needs to be done. That's it. That's the attitude you came here with the first time, when you wanted to find a way to get to Az's La, and you do well to remember it. Right then, I think you've wasted quite enough of my time. It's bad enough that I had to suffer Stola's unannounced visits. I don't need you making a habit of it too. She was the sum of everything that had come before. Triumphs, failures, all essential, all indispensable. Had things unfolded differently, so too would she. What use then to mourn the woman who never was? There was only this time, this place, this choice. Never mind the part of the story that involved time travel. That was a side plot line. Don't worry about it. And besides, everything ended up the same anyway. It was more of a time loop than anything. Now I'm just thinking about Matoya watching all of the Alexander questline happening from like a distance with a pair of binoculars. Matoya doing like Mystery Science Theater commentary on everything the Warrior of Light and Company are doing with like a Parago and a broom. I guess. Matoya's Scrying Theater. 3000. You spy something on the ground at the landing's edge. Intriguing. A blue bouquet. Some random other player tried to trade a bouquet to Sucro the other day, and by that I mean earlier today. And my response was to cancel the trade, do the /no emote, and like run away and teleport, because that seemed weird to me. I don't know. They didn't like try and persist or anything though, I guess. So that's good, I guess. A bouquet of fresh Nymea lilies lies at your feet, an offering for the departed. A thousand fires blossomed around her as she fell towards the battleship, a crimson star shower amidst the impassive clouds. Think about how Izel was pretty cool. Then came the azure light, faint at first, soon blinding, then shattering, casting motes of diamond to the four winds. Visit Tiamat. Okay. I I guess Tiamat actually has something to say again. I kind of thought that Tiamat just had to sit there forever and never talk to anybody ever again, but I guess we're talking to Tiamat, huh? Hey Tiamat, are you still in prison forever? Yes? Okay. Yeah, it really does feel more like bother Tiamat. But I feel like Tiamat is probably pretty indifferent to this at this point. Also, it is nice that we get to update Tiamat on what's going on, I guess. Because it did kind of feel like you just sort of ignored Tiamat after that part of the story happened. It'd be really funny if Tiamat was taking a nap and actually nothing happened here. Child of man, chosen of Hydaelyn, naught remaineth for thee here save the delusions of the condemned. In my madness did I spy my departed brood-brother in yonder skies, though I know it cannot be so. Hey, what's up? I'm remembering stuff. What sayest thou? My senses are yet mine own? Then him whom I saw was but my dead brother's rancor clad in mortal flesh? Yeah, also that happened. And thou didst deliver him unto death's cold embrace. I bear thee no ill will, child, 'tis beyond me. All my hatreds are bound up in moments ephemeral and eternal. My beloved's passing and his resurrection. How do you do this again? I think someone took care of that. There we go. How do I get rid of this window again? Oh god. Twitch chat, why are you so unwieldy? Help. I don't know how to close this window I've opened. Oh, there's an X. Anyway. There was a robot there. It's gone now. Thank you for your destruction of evil robot. I am no better than Nidhogg, consumed by love, twisted by rage. I too sought vengeance without end. Oh. Biddy. Yet thou hast since renounced it, hast thou not? Through millennia have I watched as time did that which I could not. As the men of Alec perished and their works fell to ruin, leaving me to think on mine own sins in solitude. What folly to despise man his base desires when hatred's hand so effortlessly drove me to take Ascian Reed. Then now look on him again with eyes unclouded and mark how he laboreth to rise above his nature. How he and Hraesvelgr's brood now raise their voices in a shared song of peace. 'Tis my dearest hope that it shall prove the founding stone for a bulwark against the dark. As time delivered Alec unto its reward, so too will it prove this peace true or fleeting, as I remain here apart and watch. I was reading that in a Midgard Sormery voice instead, by accident. Chosen of Hydaelyn, it's well that thou camest unto me in contemplation, but the road stretcheth ever on, and thy battle is not yet won. Nod. Perhaps there was hope for them. Perhaps this time they would learn and remember, but her part in the tale had ended long ago. Within this monument to hubris would she remain until the end of days beyond redemption. Beyond redemption, according to her opinion at least. Visit the Etherochemical Research Facility. Oh boy. I love doing that. Okay, I was wondering what the blue icon underneath the quest icon was. It was the dungeon icon. For a moment, I thought they'd added like an ether right there without me noticing. Somehow. But nay, it is merely the icon indicating the presence of a dungeon. Weird that they gave me the warning about having to figure out what to do when it's actually just telling me what to do. So far. Floor. Computer. Alright. Think about computer. The undying ones were defiant, disbelieving even as death embraced them. Then the knights too succumbed, loyal to the last, to a cause long lost. His body growing light, the archbishop looked upon the arbiter of his fate and knew not what he saw. And then it was over. Naught remained save the eyes. Thinking to bear them away from the covetous hands of men, Estinian took the accursed baubles in his own, and was duly bent to their will, if only for a time. At a friend's behest had they embarked upon their journey, and so, after their triumphant homecoming in all the pomp and circumstance, there was but one way it could end. Pay respects to a friend. Unable to open the map at this time. Hey, I know exactly what I need to do, but I don't know where it is. Because I have no sense of direction and not much of a memory. I'm assuming it is in Perthus Central, maybe? Perthus Western? I'm gonna guess Central. It was overlooking Ishgard on like a cliff of some kind. Let's see if I can figure out where that is. I don't know if it'd be marked on the map in any. Is it just like right here, maybe? No, I guess not. Well, pretty sure it's looking at Ishgard, which means it has to be around here. So, oh, it's probably over here actually. I think I might know where it is. I should at least be able to find it by process of elimination. Okay, maybe not over here. Or maybe yes over here? Yes, actually. Yes, over here. It's Harshafont's grave. Smile better suits a hero, after all. Mimicking a classic gesture of his. I guess that's what that emote is. You've learned the emote Harshafont. Huh. Hello. Bye. Marcel. Is that... No, Francel. That was Francel. Of House Hellenart. I keep thinking Marcel for some... I guess sometimes NPCs just visit the grave. Huh. I wonder if there's like certain times that happens, or... Fascinating. That guy is important in the Firmament questline. Oh. Express her fervent approval is what the emote message is. Why does this remind me of some sort of meme? Like this specific... What am I thinking of when I see this? This is something. I feel certain of this, but I don't know what. What if I were to... This looks a little maniacal. Especially right next to the grave. Hmm. This is something hellish that I've created. Anyway. Whoop. Well, that was something. That will not be the thumbnail. Maybe. Also, just a good view of Ishgard, honestly. Dang it, what's the pay respects emote? It's not just pay respects. Oh, it's respect. Understandable response, I would say. It's just a thought that I had when I saw the emote. No, don't face this way. Now there's a shot. God, the etherometer is somewhat blinding. Huh. This has a really interesting effect on the flowers here. The posterization filter. But yeah, something like this could be the thumbnail for sure. It will not be long before I was like, what did I say? What is listed as image 3 in OBS? And I click it and then this transparent He-Man appears and I die instantly. That will probably happen in like a week or something. Anyway. I suppose it is now time to continue the main story. The second half of 3.5. But before we do that, might as well be right back once again. And I said, hey, what's going on? Hello everyone, I'm back. I am now thinking about funny He-Man meme song. And there's nothing I can do about that. Hello, Magic Armor. I try all the time in this institution. Anyway, I think I talked to everybody already last time. Maybe not. My own grief is as a crushing weight upon my heart, and when I think of what Ida must be feeling, Papalymo's sacrifice cannot be in vain. We will find the means to deal with this primal. All I want to do is weep, but right now we need to hold back the tears and do what must be done. Yeah, okay, I didn't talk to everybody, actually. Sorry, I got confused because I thought that one one direction of rotation is slower than the other one right now. Like, this is rotating in one direction. Sorry for the spinning. This is rotating in the other direction. Okay, I think they're the same. It just felt slower for some reason. They told us what happened with Papalymo, and forgive me, there are simply no words. Coultonay greatly admired Papalymo and aspired to achieve the same lofty heights of magecraft. His loss was a terrible blow to the Scions. Sacrificing oneself for one's duty. Such actions remind me of the warriors of Doma, of the samurai and shinobi who died for our cause. As much as we wish it were different, there is a limit to what our healing can accomplish. Even the most powerful magics can do naught for a grieving heart. I have a long road ahead before I match the Archons in skill and experience, but we must all do our part in times like this. Surely there's something I can do to help. My brother may wrap himself in steel, but he's a man of tender heart. Witness his concern for the pain his dear friend endures. While everyone over there is being reasonable. Once Ida returns, I'll see that she sits down to her favorite dish. When you feel empty inside, it's easy to forget that your belly needs to be filled. I suppose that's true. Hey, we get to listen to the theme of Empire fight, boss fight. Boss fight? Yeah, Empire fight, boss fight. Whatever I said. Ah, Sucro, I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meaning we still have no idea how long it will be before... A communication from the Alliance, one moment. Yes, of course, our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania. The Council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the Primal, of course. As per Yashtola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall, unchanged. Yes, but the Elder Seedseer doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I'm told that Sid Garland has been called in to add his expertise to the proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the Rising Stones in Tataru's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Stand. Nod. And so they did. But also, meanwhile, incredible character appears. I forgot he showed up now. Yes! It's him! This guy. I love this guy.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea.
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port.
I love this guy. Oh, he's hungry.
Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
As of yet unnamed character, please eat something. Eating food is important.
God, man, are you alright?
I forgot about that. Never mind. He's going to have to eat something. Oh, Uriage is here. That questioning head tilt.
Indeed from home, friend.
That questioning head tilt is something I've just started doing instinctively when a questioning head tilt would be called for, now that I've been playing this game more. And people have been using that emote, I guess it is. I don't think I'm the only one who does that, because I think it was mentioned previously when I started pointing it out at some point. Hey, good news everyone, my tank stance has remained online this entire time. Just in case. Have we even seen combat happen yet? I don't think so. I don't think there's gonna be combat. Welcome, Warrior of Light. This way, if you please. Imagine routinely holding meetings where everyone has to stand. The elementals hate chairs. This is a known fact about them. Hello.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice-damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
Understandable, I would say.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment.
Concerning.
Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
And how are we to do this, Alfie?
Agreed.
Weird way of
There is,
saying that.
however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Now that people have started calling Alphino Alfie, I guess I can also do that. I'm sure he hates it. Sucro is concerned.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
How did you get here and why? Time for this guy.
What in the hells are you doing here?
Exactly.
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
I guess we haven't really heard Nero say much in Heavensward.
Whoa!
I agree. Maybe I should add Wesker to the list of things Barry can yell. I still haven't done that. Well, in any case, he's harmless enough with everyone else here.
Who is this man?
Emmerich's sheer indignation in this one line. Who the fuck is this guy?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Nothing could go wrong with this plan ever.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanow since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity.
My ass was handed to me, and yet I have learned no humility whatsoever.
And as luck would have it, I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
Mm-hmm.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame?
Let me at him. I have a gun that's also a sword. Howdy, Sucro.
Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
That's one assumption you could presumably make about the state of things, I suppose, Nero.
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
Yes, I guess, or no, but fuck it. I like, no, but I'll keep an eye on him.
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice.
I guess this is sort of when the main character, the Warrior of Light, starts getting more dialogue choices, maybe? Or maybe that sort of starts with Stormblood, I'm not sure. But that was a dialogue choice that we had. Stare at Nero.
Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
And Sucro! Distant applause.
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano and take command of Omega.
Huh. I did not consider that. But I think I'm just going to keep saying Sid, because calling Sid Kid instead would be very strange to me. Partly because he is clearly an older adult, and partly because when I think of a character named Kid, I think about Chrono Cross instead. And I don't think that Sid is secretly Scala, or Shala, or however you choose to say that name. Also, I think people say Sid out loud plenty of times. Maybe he adapted it to be pronounced that way after leaving the Garlean Empire. I don't know. Oh, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's just, that's an interesting point. I didn't really think about orthography. I guess I don't think about orthography terribly often. I'm not sure I even know the actual definition of the word orthography. The conventional spelling system of a language. Okay, fair enough.
Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
The other one. I'll do it.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
Nero takes one step into Cartano and is immediately killed by 15 demi-Bahamets being summoned on top of him and dropping summoner limit breaks. Nero is found dead in a crater that is at least 30 feet deep. Or did they change the PvP balance away from that
Doma
already?
occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
Thank you, Alize. But yeah, I don't really follow the PvP balance too much, or I haven't recently. So I don't know if that still happens in Frontlines, but it's funny.
My blade is yours.
Yugiri just side-eyes the guy. Yeah, I've got a sword for this.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
At least Nero thinks it's kind of funny that everyone wants to kill him, I guess. I mean, it is kind of funny that everyone wants to kill him. Anyway. Hello, Alphino. What do you think about all this? Well, that was a rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not the least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. Anyway, here's an Orchestrion scroll of the theme that plays when you fight several, Imperial legatuses and whatnot. I guess. I have Sarngalim, high quality, whatever that is. I think that's a component of like a bow or something? I don't know. Why not? Retainers bring you strange things in video game. Actually, speaking of, time for everyone's favorite part of the stream. What did the Retainer Squad bring me this time? By everyone's favorite part of the stream, I mean, it's at least maybe kind of funny. Augmented Hellfire Mask of Striking. Heirloom Necklace of Fending. That could be useful in 12 levels. Unless I already have a better one somewhere. Stuffed Alpha, one of the favorite things for retainers to give you for some reason. I don't know who Alpha is in the story yet. Clearly looks like a weird chocobo, I guess. Augmented Saurian Shirt of Striking. I think that's one of the few armor pieces that has a weird glowy particle effect around it, probably. Well, that's very kind of them. Retainers really love to steal walls. Alpha is good. I do know who Alpha is, like, that's just the thing that I'm saying because I'm not supposed to know who Alpha is, because we're not there yet. Also, I didn't do all of that questline, actually. I think I only did, the first set of the quests that Alpha is connected to. But yeah, we're not there yet. But I will do the rest of it this time. Question marks. Nero is going to give me a mystery gift. Nero is going to give me a Pikachu that knows fly. Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alize is already on her way, and it would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off. I think I know what the reward is. Maybe? I think I remember what this is. Airship landing, right, roost. Imagine if Nero really did just hand you a flying Pikachu, though. Somehow. By the way, how do we feel about this koala friend? Now that koala friend has been here for a bit. I can't help but notice Sucro's ear going through the koala. I also fear mentioning minions at any point because I know that will automatically cause someone to use the minion roulette. But anyway, oh, it's Gestal. How appropriate. That's actually extremely appropriate. It's the Puppy Emperor. Good timing, Gestal. Gestal. I don't know if I've mentioned this before on stream. I feel like I have, but I just heard the crowd noise again. There's always a part in like the background crowd noise that sounds like English words that are saying, just because they don't have any on the front plate doesn't mean they don't have any. And every time I hear that particular crowd noise segment or sample, I always hear that sentence, and I have no idea what it means. But that's just something I think I probably mentioned like years ago by now, or whenever I was starting to stream this game. I just heard it again, so I had to mention it. What about you, Guy Glamour? Wait a minute. Glamoring Garuda to Topaz is a chaos decision. I've just received a free company invite. No. Decline. Where is everyone? Oh, that's how you make a Pikachu that knows fly. Oh, I get it. Gestal just did a little puppy roll. Sucro, Alphino, ready to go? The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him? Despite his very timely offer of assistance, the thought of the man poking about in the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alphino. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are... Ah, well, here they are now. Right, I think that's everyone. Shall I set course for Cartano? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I'd hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. All right. While Alphino speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can reconvene in the Rising Stones. Mine apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Ashtola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I'm able. Sucro, pray accompany Alize back to the Rising Stones. I should feel safer knowing you are present to entertain our guest. Okay, I have a gun that's also a sword. Right, everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter there. Let her know when you're ready to leave. Nod. Nero refusing to nod along with the group. How rude of him. You're traveling with Master Garland, miss? The Enterprise Excelsior is right this way. And so we did. I feel like I say that a lot. What manner of airship has no private cabins? Then again, I suppose Garland had to find somewhere to stow his half-baked inventions. I do not care for that man. Another one immediately? I just refused you. Silence, Knight Garfunkel. Or I will banish thee somehow. The random free company invites they truly do feel desperate sometimes. Strange though it may seem, Nero's former loyalties do not trouble me. Nero, not Neo Exdeath or Matrix Man. Nero. But I can see why people are loath to lower their guard around him. Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the Toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones, then? Hey look, there's a ring over here. I guess that's just not a structure type that I noticed in Mordona before. There's just sometimes rings. I would make a joke about Magic the Gathering if I remembered more about the plane where there's just rings everywhere for no reason. Also psychic powers. You know the one. Or you don't. What's up, Tataru? I know Nero's a guest here, but we don't exactly have the happiest history with the Empire, do we? So my question to you is, do I offer him tea? Give him the shittiest tea that you have, Tataru. Okay, that's true, that's right. We don't know a lot about Vryn. I assume Vryn. I just couldn't remember the name of it, or like any other details, except there's rings and also psychic powers. Fear not, I shall keep a close eye on our new ally. One was created to capture Bahamut and the other to surpass him. Which will prove the stronger, I wonder? We must be careful, old friend. The walking weapons of Alleg were expressly designed to subdue primals, but men like Gaius will always seek to use them against mankind. It falls to us to ensure that Omega is never employed as a weapon of war. In the wrong hands, it would be bad. Yeah. Hello, Nero. What's that on his belt? It looks vaguely like Auracite, but it's probably not. It also looks vaguely like a really bad knife, because it's just crystal with a handle. It's probably just vague item, I guess. Ah, the determination upon their faces. There's nothing more blinding than youth burning with purpose. It's and crystal, yes. Yeah, Nero, where's the Pikachu at? You know, Nero does look like if he were a gym leader, he would train electric types, I feel like. Plus with his background as an engineer. But he just has the vibes of an electric type gym leader in a way. And I mean like one of the ruder ones, like what's his name? The one that doesn't want to like fight you and you have to convince him to fight you and he's like, I like battling again. Volkner. I was thinking that, but I wasn't sure because I was also remembering that there's a very similar gym leader name that's completely different. That being Faulkner, which I had to double check. But yeah. Nero has rude electric type gym leader vibes. Which means I'm now thinking about Nero trying to compete with Iono in streaming or something. That would be odd. I bet Iono would play Final Fantasy XIV. Anyway. Hoary Boulder and his companions left to continue reconnaissance on the beast tribes. They were adamant about shouldering what burdens they could while the senior scions were occupied with this cocoon emergency. Thank you, Hoary Boulder and company, for doing something helpful. Iono has Black Mage energy to me. Or maybe Sage? Because Sage has a lot of floating guns that shoot lasers, and I think she would like that. But I think she also likes explosions. I think anything with enough explosions and lasers is a MMORPG job that Iono would be drawn towards. You're going to criticize the architecture or something?
So these are the fabled headquarters
Yes.
of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Thank you for your help, Nero. I guess. Also, we do everything that your Magitech does through other means because we have access to Ether, and Magitech is sort of like your answer to not being able to use that as much, I think. So it feels like, for the most part, okay, you do have a lot of technology stuff that we don't, but at the same time, it doesn't really seem like we're that far behind. It's more of a side grade? I don't know.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in Magitech innovation.
Oh shit.
Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
Fuck yes. The Boil Master. Chitaru is going to be the one who kills Nero.
We are returned.
Something about that build up to "we are returned" is unintentionally funny. Also, isn't is the ether reading device that Ida has one of, is that not Magitech? Is that something else? I've actually never considered that.
Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remained behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
It's not
By
technically
your
Magic
leave!
Guess who's here? This guy, apparently. Hi.
Good gods, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger.
This guy is just amazing.
I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
I love him. I remember him being one of my favorite characters.
Do you know this man?
No, I have never seen this man in my life. Oh.
Gosetsu! Why are you come to Eorzea?
Gosetsu! He's here! His name exists. Gosetsu. Gosetsu's great.
In
I
search
forgot
of
he was
you,
here this early.
Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea.
I seriously forgot that he showed up this early. And also, I think when I was considering Stormblood, I wasn't often remembering how good Gosetsu was, but just seeing him show up, I'm like, oh yeah, this guy rules.
I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid.
I mean, I did think about Gosetsu sometimes when I was thinking about like trying to remember how much I enjoyed Stormblood. But yeah, just him being here, great character.
Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
I was going to say, I'm glad Nero isn't contributing to this conversation a second ago, but then of course he had to.
The Empire?
Yes, the Empire.
Yugiri, you draw steel against the curse of Garlemald?
Also, sorry if there's any background noise as I adjusted my seating position.
Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Thank you, Gosetsu. Silkro, wait, could I speak to you for a moment? Questioning head tilt. Do you remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Forge and we ambushed you? Taken aback. Laughter. Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. Disclaimer, I will likely not wear any of this. You can try it on right now if you like. Maybe the jacket could be helpful. Maybe the jacket. Tataru has neglected to notice that I primarily wear pants most of the time, and not a skirt ever. Assuming we measured correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug, but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel? Thumbs up, because I could never disappoint Tataru by stating my real opinion about wearing a skirt of this length when I prefer to wear pants. You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell you how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light is, well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also sewed in a blood pearl charm to, you know, bring you home. May it always protect you. Nod. I do appreciate the gesture, but this is not really my style, Tataru. I wonder, perhaps, if you failed to notice that at any point. Anyway. Everyone left the room specifically so that Tataru could give me a set of clothing, and then everyone re-entered the room immediately. These cannot be placed in the armoire. But, like, maybe this jacket? No, it actually clips with the hair, so never mind. Maybe the monocle? Probably not. Unfortunately, not much of a fan of this outfit, though I do appreciate the gesture. How dare he mock the Scions like that? If I ever had to sew a set of traveling clothes for him, I might just forget to take out the pins. Just the 2 unexpected guests, then. Still, I suspect that each will prove useful in his own way. Never did I think to hear Gosetsu's voice echo through these halls. Truly, I had no idea Domans could be so loud. He and Yugiri could hardly be more different. Oh, I think he's going to fit right in. The Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master? Dear me, how risible must the previous 13 iterations have been. I could design a more efficient water heater in the time it took that ill-conceived lump to become lukewarm. Nero, you haven't even seen it. Don't diss the Boil Master. My blade shall carve a path through the Empire's ranks as a scythe fells stalks of wheat. That's decent Gosetsu attempt. Anyway, what's up, Ida? Oh, fuck. Okay. Just getting multiple interesting characters out of the way, are we? Is that how things are going? And also music. Other various Imperial musical scrolls. The other this guy. There's like 3 of those here if you count Nero. So we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Ida, are you sure that's... Nod. I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I will remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alphino, mayhap you could return to Gridania and assist Y'shtola and Cryo? A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Cartanu Expedition Party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Sucro, Ida, and our Doman friends take care of security. Nod. Nod. The Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready. Alize is only staying behind because she somehow figured out how to stab Nero from a distance if necessary. Oh. It's purple. It's gloomy. I forgot about the gloom weather condition. I don't think that means anything, actually. Oh, right over there. Perhaps gloom has some obscure meaning. For a second, before I remembered where we were, I thought it was suddenly tension weather, which is when... Oh, it looks like there's fighting in this update after all. And by update, I mean stream. Tension is the weather of Odin. Alize has not technically become a red mage yet. However, that is true. Gosetsu is an accomplished swordsman. Should it come to battle, he will prove a staunch ally. Would that I could say the same for Nero. Soon, Omega, soon. I will see you rise again, says Nero out loud. Will this contraption truly bear us through the skies? Yes, it will. I was a bit lost for a while back there, but I'll be fine, trust me. We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cartano before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we'd best be on our guard. Given that Eline Royale was still active when Omega was discovered, we can be sure that the Empire has long been aware of its existence. And if Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by this new primal, it's not impossible that Garlemald might do the same. Well, the airship's pretty alright. Sid, you're making ambient sound because there's fighting in your future. Did you know that? Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. I guess you did know that. Something tells me we're flying into a fight. This is just the Excelsior, an airship we have seen before. Premonition.wave. And you're right, it probably should have guardrails. It has guard ropes, sort of. Yeah, it's very purple right now in Mordona. Can you imagine, like, looking at a weather forecast and one of the weathers just says purple instead of, like, cloudy or sunny? It just says purple. And there's just a purple square instead of a picture of a cloud or whatever. Wouldn't that be something? Something tells me we're flying into a fight. Seeing umbral wind on a weather forecast would make me lose my mind. Probably with laughing and then with concern shortly afterwards. Gosetsu seems to have done fairly well flying on the airship after all, actually.
Now, where was that? Ah. I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Nero, you're not even trying to sound not suspicious, but...
Trust?
Okay.
Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
That, yeah. Sucro glaring in the background.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland.
So that's what your voice sounded like. I forgot. Do you have a simile for this situation to say what it compares to?
Searching for something, engineer?
Not yet?
Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
There it is. He does have a comparison for this situation, as a matter of fact. Yeah, he was in the little quest preview image, which is why I just immediately started going, oh no, he's here too.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
All right. I have a gun that's also a sword.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
This is, I suppose, when Samurai gets previewed. Because Samurai was added in Stormblood. As was Red Mage, which I guess Alize kind of previewed earlier. This guy just has a hammer. He's kind of like a warrior, I guess. There's not actually a hammer fighting class yet. He's doing the warrior stance, kinda. Gosetsu Everfall. Alright then.
You watching, Pavalimo?
I'll stomp these worms into the dust myself. This is my fight, understand? Stay out of it.
Leave this to me.
This is Grinlet. Oh, he has a gun hammer and a gun shield.
Steel!
I don't know if I would call this guy on. I may have misjudged the enemy. They should have been staining the soles of my boots by now. What are you scoffing at? Don't just stay there. Your captain's in danger. I think he killed his own men.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
By being a goofus. I don't know if I would say he's outstanding. He is pretty funny though.
Your defense is nothing.
I guess.
I have you!
For every yapping cur I strike down, another takes his place. How many soldiers did he bring with him? Yugiri said we will stand against the tide or something like that, I think also. But it was cut off because I hit this guy with a sword gun too much. Surrender! We have you outnumbered! Yeah, but we have you outclassed. Wouldn't be the first time. Phone call? Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. Questioning, head tilt, parentheses, angry. Oh. Behold, the Red Baron. Now end this nonsense. What the? No one told me they'd have Magitech armor. Forward for the Empire. I don't have a great grasp on that guy is what that guy sounds like yet. The honorless cur thinks to abandon his men? I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions. Nod. I have heard that Magitech Painted Red has increased speed. Oh, I have...
You watching, Pavalimo?
I have multiple...
An opening.
With soul and steel!
Oh. Watch out for that big one. Ha! You have felled a titan, but that still only counts as one. Is that a Lord of the Rings film reference, Gosetsu?
'Tis my right to strike!
I think that was.
It's all over now.
Your defense is lacking.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
No holding back!
I will handle these soldiers. Pray dispose of the giant. Okay.
No retreat. No surrender.
I have you!
Everyone's fairly chatty today. Well struck. My thanks, Sukro.
You watching, Pabalimo?
An opening.
With soul and steel!
Oh, good timing by complete accident, I guess.
This one'll sting.
Leave this to me.
They sure did bring a lot of soldiers here.
'Tis my right to strike!
The Colossi are scrapped and the captain hits us as often as the enemy. Enough time for a tactical withdrawal. Hey, you can't just run off! Deserting a battle is punishable by death. I order you to stand your ground. Come back here now, please. Now that's embarrassing, pitiful. You bring this fate upon yourself. Damn it all to the seventh hell. I'll kill you
It's
bastards if
all
it's the
over
last
now.
thing I do.
Your defense is lacking.
That's fair.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
If this is what all of his name days are like, they can't have been that good. Intense secondhand embarrassment. I get secondhand embarrassment feelings a lot, but not for this guy, probably because I'm busy hitting him with the gun that's also a sword. And also it's funny how
No holding back!
how much he sucks. You haven't seen the last of me, mark my words, it'll be you who rues this day. His little runaway. Yeah. I don't have a good grasp of what his voice sounds like yet. I'll have to work on that when he says more words out loud. Also, I was trying to do multiple scratchy voices in one scene, which is a danger move. Anyway, meanwhile, this room has the loudest beeping of them all. That's how you know the technology is here.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Oh, that was easy. Please push the glowing button to cause problems.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously.
Is that good for us? I think probably
Once we release
it's okay
Omega,
for us.
we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
We're doing what appears to be the only option. So, maybe? What do you think?
What do I think?
Yeah, what do you think? Nod.
All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
It's the single button that appears to exist.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Here's some more diagrams of the robot you just woke up, just in case you were curious.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
Nero, please contain your evil.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
This seems like an important scene to look at. Step 1, mythics. State that this is Shinryu, but I think it becomes pretty clear if you know anything about Final Fantasy V. Because, like, Omega and Shinryu are the super bosses. Shinryu does this. Also technically true. Appearing out of a box, basically. Doing the tidal wave. Just cast Berserk on Shinryu and it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. It has, or cast Blind on Shinryu. It has a low hit rate, but it'll work. Granted, that might not work in every version of Final Fantasy V, but Blind and Berserk are status effects that Shinryu is vulnerable to. When Berserk Shinryu can only do like single target attacks that will do 1 billion damage, but at the same time, that can be preferable to other stuff Shinryu has at their disposal. And if you combine it with Blind, then Shinryu's not terribly effective. Yeah, these two work really well in 3D actually. as a prank. So they're both kind of like pranks that delete you if you touch them by accident, which is really funny. Is that good? Is that what we wanted? Is this okay? Yeah, Omega just sort of patrols randomly in a fairly narrow area. One of my favorite ways to delete Omega is to use bards, because Omega is vulnerable to stop, and bards have a song that inflicts stop. So if you have like enough people spamming that song quickly enough, Omega can't do anything because of the music.
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
I probably turn the chat cover back on, just in case.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
I really like the idea of just deleting all of Omega's memory with 300 instances of Windows Media Player, and or the idea of Omega just dancing. Both of those are good ideas as to why that works. Wonder what that's about.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Right. Mysterious. Except I remember what that means, I guess. I mean, I knew what that was going to mean, but I forgot about this specific detail of it. Vague. I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. On our way. Oh, okay. Sure. I'll travel to Gridania. Hey look, I'm in Gridania. What's up, Alphino? I came as soon as I heard the Excelsior had been spotted on its approach. One moment everything was functioning perfectly, and the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves, and soon. Nobody got to see that sick cutscene? Oh no, my armory chest is so full that the Scion Adventurer's jacket's over here. Ugh. This game's inventory is tedious sometimes, a little bit. Mostly because of my own not wanting to organize it terribly much. Just have to throw all this stuff that I'm not using away, I guess. Eventually. Gestalt is still here. The Far Edge of Fate? Why, that's the name of the patch! Incredible. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Ida, wait! We must first... The Elder Seedseer is expecting us. Worry not, Alphino. Gosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yugiri. Nod. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony. Well, we mostly looked at a screen, and then the screen said there was an error. So basically, we watched a progress bar that said, like, Omega is downloading killshinryu.exe. And then there was an error message that was just like, unknown error at index, a whole bunch of random numbers and let. God damn it. Who is this person? Someone inviting me to a party? Whomst be you? Someone I've never seen in my life. Perhaps they did that by accident, given that they were a sprout and I happened to walk past them. I'm just tired of getting random invites and messages, I guess. Mostly from free companies, but that was a similar situation, I suppose. Yeah. Kill Shinryu app, not very good actually, turns out. Yeah, I have not received random party invitations before, so that's new, I guess. Another calamity averted, eh? How many times now have you and yours hauled us back from the brink? I just looked at a computer. Would seem Garland's little friend was as good as his word. I mean, like I said, that's the only random party invite I've gotten, but like free company invites are constant. Had I not instructed you to throw Nidhogg's accursed eyes into the abyss, all of this might have been avoided. I thought them beyond reach. I mean, in the moment, that was a reasonable thing to exclaim, I would say, Emmerich. But maybe we should have thrown them off different sides of the bridge, at least. My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. Few indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You are too kind, Elder Seedseer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try. But tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega, aye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. What words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing, that much is certain. But I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and as from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Girabanya. The primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics as I've never seen and hope to never see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon the other. While most among us, Amogus, could only think of Bahamut when looking upon the primal's form, the Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of far eastern legend, and we found it convenient to refer to it as such. This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Girabanian side of the border. Aye. Which is why we've sent our main force under the command of Marshal Tarapin to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridanya's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. Nod. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis system, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions if they managed it at all. Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Girabanya. Though Ilbert has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation. And by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. Nod. Nod. Parentheses, serious. And yeah, they do a pretty good job of explaining why Shinryu. When the Primal emerged, I was for an instant transported back to Cartano, to the moment the Black Worm made an eighth hell of the battlefield. Gladly would I live out the rest of my days without seeing such a sight again. I go to oversee operations at Baelsar's Wall. You've done your part. Leave us to handle the initial Imperial reprisal and rest while you may. Pray accept my humblest and most earnest thanks once again, Warrior of Light. Had Shinryu been suffered to roam free, the Twelveswood would surely have been laid waste. The operation to take the wall will be Ishgard's first military action under Alliance banners. Though I have no appetite for bloodshed, a part of me is glad of the chance to begin reparations for our past inaction. I should very much like to see this Shinryu creature for myself. If, as seems likely, we put Omega into stasis after, what did they call it? Yes, after Shinryu was defeated, we should have little to fear from either one of them. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Erstola and the others have gathered at Amarise's spire, and I imagine that you too would be interested to see what has become of the wall now that the cocoon is gone. Nod. It is decided then. Lead on. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. Hello, everyone. No trace of the cocoon remains. 'Tis as if it never existed. Oh, thank the 12. After witnessing Omega's single-minded onslaught, I had visions of you being trapped between it and its target. Hardly the most rational concern, I concede, but if you'd seen what I saw... Explaining.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilberd's Primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhaps she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
Is this rude to say? I feel like that's a little bit rude. Also, this is getting me in the emotions more than I expected it to, knowing that this reveal was happening, or going to happen. I'm just gonna say ... there.
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise.
I felt like it would be a little rude to demand why you didn't tell me your deeply personal secret about your own identity that's connected to the loss of a loved one.
When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done.
So, the actual Ida, as it were, may have been in 1.0 somewhere, but at least starting in Realm Reborn, Ida never existed. It was always Lys.
I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role.
Ah, okay. So even in 1.0, Ida was Lys most of the time. That makes sense. I just didn't remember the exact particulars of that. Now the thing is, if I remember correctly, I think there are a lot of people who don't like Lys for some reason, but I think she's fine. I remember her being a good character, but I guess that's one of the many things we'll have to learn together as I re-experience Stormblood. I suppose that's fair too. Though I consider Ida as being Lys, I think. More or less. I suppose that's fair.
Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me.
It feels less like Lys is a different person, like personality or writing wise, than Lys as Ida, and more like Lys has just experienced a major traumatic event that resulted in character development or growth or change, and she is now like this, rather than she has dropped the facade which was making her act differently. That's how I interpret it, I guess. But of course, I'm saying that before we've even seen her for more than like 5 minutes, so...
The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lys. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
Yeah, I would say that's correct. She has more to say and we're seeing a different side of her. I think that's probably a good way to put it. A decent summation. An apt summary. I don't know why I'm throwing out other, you know.
War is upon us once more.
Other ways of saying the same thing. I don't know why I'm throwing those out, is what I'm saying.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
Several cutscenes might be playing in sequence, but not enough to warrant that warning, perhaps. Though the voice acting has ended for now. I guess I can do this. It was brave of Lys to remove her mask after so long. Though she'd scarce begun to come to terms with Papalimo's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she's resolved to walk. Nod. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell to Taru and my sister. Credits theme. I don't think we need to watch the credits again. The credits are quite lengthy. But hey, you know what credits means? It means a major breakpoint in the story is what it means. You should have seen the look on Tataru's face when I recounted Lisa's... I realized in retrospect that I perhaps should have waited for you to return. I also told Alize. Apologies. What's everyone doing over here? Probably something terrible. Let's find out. Though it may be simpler to surrender to despair, I've chosen to resume my studies in the arcane. I received much wisdom from Papalymo, and I would put his advice into practice. A fine showing, brother, but you've yet to outpace Aenor. Should the Archons be called away to Garabania, it will fall upon us to deal with the Scion's usual obligations, and thus we must remain in peak condition. I made a fool of myself on our last mission, but I'll show him what I'm made of. Come now, Hori, is that the best you've got? Squatting contest. This is very silly. Hey, Isildur is back. At last I was able to rise from my sickbed, but the pain when I tried to take up my axe. Ugh, what a sad old man I've become. Back in the Far East, we treat back pain with a long soak in a hot spring. What say you to a short journey, Isildur? I'm told the waters at Camp Bronze Lake are famous for their healing properties. Anyway, he may have mentioned, but Alphino has apprised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. The storm of blood, born from blood, etc. But we'll get there. Lise has chosen her path, as her friends. And as her friends, we must do what we can to support this choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. I didn't expect the game to literally say calm before the storm when I made that joke in the title of the stream. So that's funny. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Garabania, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom but indolence, correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect do you. I've already somehow forgotten who kept saying this sentence. Ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom but indolence. Is that just Urianger? That was Louis Soir. Also Urianger said that as well. Yeah, Urianger quoted Louis Soir. I'm pretty sure Urianger said that. Quest complete. Quick march! The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution. Various salutes. Hey, that's a cool sword that Pippin has, actually. It's a pretty alright sword. It is almost time, Father. Nod. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. Salute. Very well, Ilberd. I'll take our homeland back. For the both of us. Meanwhile, in the Empire, who's this guy? Yeah, that seems like something Raubon would do. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Baelsar's Wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown Icon continues, though both yet elude us. My lord, our battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend. Your will be done. Unbeknownst to this Imperial soldier, this guy's just taking a nap. He's completely asleep. Unknown. My spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu, and that it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. Tee-hee. At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. Whoop. 5 minutes of fate. Mount speed in Imperium has increased. Wait, what? Increase in mount speed in Ishgard Housing District? So yeah, we made it to Stormblood, I guess. Presumably this here is the first quest of Stormblood MSQ. There's not quite as much fanfare as I was anticipating. Allow me to check. Yep. Beyond the Great Wall is the first quest of Stormblood. And we will not be doing that right now. What do you think, Alize? If all proceeds to plan, we should be receiving word that the Alliance forces have secured Baelsar's Wall. Until then, however, we can but ensure we are ready to move the moment we hear the news. Alphino has heard the news. Oh, there's various other things happening over here too. Scions will be spread thin in the coming days, so Riel and I are discussing assignments. I may have to reorganize my filing system. Things are heating up in Alamigo, but we can't afford to lose track of the trouble that might be brewing in the rest of the realm. Don't you worry though, I'll be keeping an ear to the ground, me nose in the air, and one eye on the horizon. Interesting. An okay now what situation? Lady Philomene, I sent her outside to enjoy a quiet cup of tea. Much has happened these past moons, and we can all use a rest every now and then. Well, first of all, as we are now officially in Stormblood territory. That means Sucro officially wears outfit number 3. Ta-da! You've seen me page over it before, but here it is. Sucro's new outfit for the next... new primary outfit for the next conceivably lengthy amount of time is this one. I like this one a lot. I'm pleased with this, I would say. There are many pockets. Pockets are important. Oh, I'm still set to do squats, apparently. Sucro's just glaring at the camera, doing squats a little bit. That's fine. Battle stance. That'll work. New Sucro outfit. Yeah, it's a bit bright. Maybe just character. It's fine. She's pointing. I didn't realize that the chest piece of this outfit was what Mide was using in the Alexander raids. So that's kind of funny, but the way I've made it work is significantly different enough that I think that's acceptable. So this is like a gathering chest piece, Mikote gloves, boots. I could just look at the plate and see what everything is. Plain Trails hat, Forager's vest, Mikote gloves, Riviera slops, Rebel boots, the Red Bill scarf, and the Platinum Ring of Healing. I was actually thinking I would do that, Vorpy, if I ever got a proper house, because I do have an apartment. Have I shown my apartment recently on the stream? But yeah, the Mikote gloves are an incredibly powerful female Mikote only fashion piece that's great to have. So that is a strength of Sucro. In addition to the strength of Sucro being great in general, but you know. So yeah, this was our Heavensward outfit, which you've been seeing. This was our Realm Reborn outfit, which you may remember, though it didn't have the Red Bill scarf. And I've yet to finalize outfits for Beyond Stormblood. So I probably shouldn't look at those, even though I've already accidentally done that. But this is the new Sucro. Well, it's the same Sucro, but with new clothing. I really like this outfit. Just in case I haven't shown my apartment in too much detail, I might as well go look at it. Also, what have my retainers done recently? Yep. My original Stormblood outfit, when I thought I was going to be a paladin there, was like pretty different, but then I ended up putting this one together at some point and I really liked it. And this one is like compatible with all classes, so in case I suddenly stop being a tank, this would work anyway. And I thought I was going to go into Stormblood as a healer or something. But yeah, in case you haven't like seen Sucro's apartment in great detail, this is what it looks like. I don't have a house, but I find myself hard-pressed to figure out what I would do with the house that I haven't already done here, because I think the apartment that I put together is really nice. Actually. 84 out of 100 furnishings. I couldn't figure out anything else to put in here. We've got a shark in a fish tank with a bunch of documents and a jellyfish and a carbuncle. You see, because it's a sharkinist, they have to have their carbuncle familiar. The fish tank is merged with a table that serves As little additional bookshelf space, which I think is nice. There's a desk over here with a stuffed weatherproof Gaelic cat. Various books and papers. Knife chandelier, normal. Knife lamp, normal. Giant book. Here we have the light party cushions. You may sit on the cushion that corresponds to your light party role if you so wish. The cat tower, because you have to have a cat tower. Also with birds to look at. Many books. Sucro enjoys book. The secret behind the bookcase is haircut and junkmonger. This dividing wall with the door in it really just makes this apartment feel way larger than it is in a good way. Here we have the bath area, featuring a shower and various towels and whatnot. We have a sink over here. And then we have the bed area. The bath cube. I just honestly really think this apartment is super cozy. I feel like even a small house would maybe be too much space for me to know what to do with, except for like shitposts. I'd probably end up with a shitpost house, whatever that means. But I would also need a lot of money to fund that. So, Sucro will now take a nap before going to war. And what this actually means is there's a new title screen. That's right, Stormblood is officially here. I was surprised by how hyped I got when I looked at this title screen again for the first time in a really long time the other day. I think the title screen and intro sequence of Stormblood are pretty rad, even though originally I didn't enjoy Stormblood as much as I liked Heavensward, I think. So, let's let this sit here for a bit and take a look at the opening movie of Stormblood. Just like how we took a look at the opening movie of Heavensward when we got there, as I recall. Here it is. Spoilers for Lisa's outfit change that's going to happen, I guess. That's her. Also, are you ready for anime fighting? Guess what? All fighting in this game is anime fighting, actually, but are you ready for 5 minutes of this? I don't know if it's literally 5 minutes, but it is cool. So, every expansion, the Warrior of Light has a quote-unquote canon job. And in this case, it's Monk. Meteor Survivor, I guess, is one way to call them as well. I forgot about that. This is a preview of places that we might go. Alamigo. But also, hey look, it's Garlemald over there. Bye Garlemald. What about Othard? The land of Othard. Including places such as Doma, which has water in it. Including really cool underwater place in a bubble. But also, Lugane, I think is what that says. Did I say that Meteor Survivor / Warrior of Light only has one canon job per expansion? Because for this one, they gave them 2. They are also a samurai, which was introduced in Stormblood, along with Red Mage. Just samurai things. You know them, you love them. Samurai things such as wide-scale property damage. But it's fine because it was badass. And here's the leitmotif. Normal blood. I love the Stormblood theme so much. Hey, it's them. Stormblood, Final Fantasy XIV Online. And that will be where we begin next time on stream. So thank you all for watching. I actually think I have climbing the tower in my list of things to do in Stormblood somewhere. I'm considering it. Either that or I'll start a stream on the tower as a funny prank. Possibly before I even have the sightseeing log as a funny prank on myself. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Please consider following if you have not followed already. Also consider supporting me with the various means arrayed on the screen or below the stream. It's always the time to dance, actually. Hey, no, hey, stop that Stormblood intro. Hello, YouTube. But yeah, feel free to consider supporting me, but don't feel obligated to do so. Friday, we will begin Stormblood's main story. And this dancing Sucro you see before you may happen to take place of one of the other Sucros that you also see scrolling past. Possibly. But yeah, thank you all for watching and have a great night or rest of your day, whatever time it may be. Also in an hour and a half, the servers are going down for emergency maintenance, or at least instanced areas are. But yeah, bye. And thank you for all of your support.